With great respect and with great kindness, it is a pleasure to welcome all of you to Spirit Rock this morning. And welcome to our live stream audience who's joining us from all the corners of the world. My name is Christina Tavera, and I am your event coordinator today. My office is to the left of the bookstore, and if there's anything I can do today to make your day more easeful or more fruitful, please ask me or the team. We're also supported by a beautiful, generous group of volunteers that no event at Spirit Rock could go on without. And they're wearing these very nifty white name tags. Please show them all the love, and perhaps they'll come back again next weekend to support next weekend's event. Today, I get to extend a warm welcome to Venerable Anālayo, who has been here all day, all week, supporting the teachers, and we're very grateful for that. They were very bright and shiny, and many of them wanted to come back today, and so they're in the room as well. His books are for sale in the bookstore, and there's a couple of examples in the lobby that you can take a look at as well. I've got a few announcements that are a little bit different than normal. I know there's a lot of senior folk here who know this building better than I do, so if today you could just listen a little bit more intently, and it'll make your day go a lot easier. We've agreed to stay in silence today, and so that will be in the entire building. Please feel free to have your conversations, quiet conversations, in the patio or the meadow or elsewhere to support that. We are being supported by the teachers in training that are upstairs on the second floor, and there are 19 of our newest teachers up there. And so I'm going to ask that you refrain from going upstairs at all today so that we can hold their container of learning as well. Please, yes, sir. So I'm going to ask you to be silent everywhere today.
The idea was really that we share the practice, and that I kind of, like, I say a few things, I give a guided meditation, you practice, and so my suggestion would be for the duration of the day you could actually keep silence, including these little nice things whose name I don't immediately remember. And towards the end, at about 4 o'clock or a little after 4, you will pair up and discuss with each other, and at the end there will be a Q&A with me. So there is some time for communication, but I would prefer if from now until about 4 o'clock, we could really all be doing the practice in silent, wherever you go. Thank you.
There are assisted hearing devices on that back wall, and if anything isn't sounding sharp, it should, so please feel free to use those. Make yourself comfortable. There are cushions, blankets, and yoga mats on the walls. Take as much as you need, and return anything that you find that you're not using so that someone else might be able to use it. Take care of yourself throughout the day. There will be no official bio breaks, so get up when you need to. The restrooms are here on the first floor, all the way in the back of the hall, to the right of the bookstore. Please do bring water in. We are refraining from eating in the hall today, so all eating should happen in the lobby, out in the meadow, or on the patio. There will be a Q&A period today. Venerable Anālayo is going to guide us into how that's going to go, but it's going to be a little bit different than we've done in the past, so just listen for those instructions. As always, tea, snacks are available in the lobby. The bookstore is available to you, and it is on the honor system. So if you have any questions, find me in my office, and I'll help you with that, and especially if you need change. And bookstore usually open for about 15 minutes after the class today. And today is Adana Day, so we will be practicing loving kindness, reciprocity, aini, any tradition that you would like to think of as offering back to teachings that are priceless. So the baskets will be outside. We're also taking credit cards throughout the day, so feel generous, and all that generosity, feel it out there, and I'll help you with that too. Thank you. Muchas gracias for being here today.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here today with all of you and to share something that I feel is quite important. And I wanted to start to talk a little bit about how this book came into being and what I am kind of trying to communicate today. It actually starts off with Jack, so it's also a moment for me and maybe for all of us to express our gratitude to Jack Kornfield and for all of what he has done for us. And it started off with a discussion we had, and at some point he just looked at me and asked me, can you visualize the Buddha as clearly as you can visualize some of his disciples? And that was almost like something of a koan for me. And it made me really reflect, and it touched in on something that I've been kind of mulling over for quite some time, and eventually led to me writing this book. And so to explain that a little bit, I need to talk a little bit about myself. Basically all my acquaintance with Buddhism, my training as a monastic, etc., is based on Sri Lanka, my experience of living in Sri Lanka. So I sort of almost self-identify as a Sri Lankan Buddhist. The body is made in Germany, but what's in the mind is predominantly made in Sri Lanka. And so my whole way of thinking and my approach is very like an Asian Buddhist. And now coming to the West and seeing how Buddhism is flourishing in the West, there are some things that I sometimes don't really understand or find difficult to make sense of. And one of these things that always struck me very strongly is that, in Sri Lanka we have a very, very close relationship to the Buddha. It's just such a presence for us. And I felt that this is something that is not really evident in the West, and something that I believe is in a way missing. And it is perhaps understandable that the traditional forms of devotion in Asian countries are not necessarily appealing to us, or this kind of recollection of the Buddha, Itipiso, Bhagava, and so on. And so when I had this, I think it was a koan that Jack was teaching me, not a question. So when I got this koan from Jack, I suddenly realized what I should be doing is try to provide the kind of material that can help us to visualize the Buddha more clearly, and to develop that kind of personal relationship as Westerners that in the Asian context we so naturally have. And that is basically where this whole book started, where I am trying to, first of all, set aside some of these hagiographical stories, which, at least for me and for many of us, are not easily related to, because they have more like a fairy tale kind of character. And to focus in particular on those aspects of the life of the Buddha that are related to meditation, his quest for awakening, and to give practical exercises to each of these. And it is on that same train of thought or approach that I have kind of thought of what I would like to do with all of you together today. Not exactly following the book now, but just taking out a few aspects of practice and seeing each of these always as a way of relating to the Buddha, to an aspect of his struggle for awakening or his condition afterwards. And the first of these is really the perennial question that all of us human beings have to face, and that is death, our own mortality. And so I have to apologize, but I'll start the day today with a very challenging topic. I actually especially asked Spirit Walk organizers to mention this explicitly, so nobody's going to complain afterwards. Yeah, the first guided instruction will be on death or mortality. And the question of death is really what I think unites all of us, no matter what nationality or religion we come from. And the importance of learning to face our own mortality, of making our own death really part of our life, and of learning to live in the face of death, so that the time when death comes, we are ready for it. And there's a whole area of cognitive psychology that is involved with the study of how we human beings relate to mortality. It is called terror management theory, TMT. The theory of how we human beings manage our existential terror. And the basic idea behind that is that we share with all animals the survival instinct, but we differ from animals by knowing that for sure in the end we will not be successful. And these two, this wanting to survive and knowing it's not going to work forever, they create existential terror. And this is responsible for the fact that whenever the average person is faced with anything even slightly reminding of mortality, there's an immediate tendency of the mind to go for something else, get distracted, bring in something else, evade it, push it out of the way. And if that first attempt to just distract does not work, then there are two main defense mechanisms. One is, not me. The second is, not now. Means, okay, people die, but somehow or other, not me. It's only others who die. And if even that cannot be avoided, then it's, okay, I'm dying, but very, very, very far away in the future, there'll be a time when I'll be very, very old and decrepit, and then I will die, not now. And both of these defense mechanisms are not very realistic. In fact, death is definitely applying to each of us. It's me too. And it could happen at any time. It could even happen during this day long here. It could even happen in the right next minute. We can never be completely sure. And so there are two practices in early Buddhist meditation. With early Buddhism, I mean the period of Buddhism, the first 2 centuries, from about the time of the Buddha to the time of the King Ashoka. There are two practices that can be used to directly address these two defense mechanisms. And both of them actually involve mindfulness. The first is contemplation of a corpse in stages of decay, and this is one of the body contemplations in the Satipatthana Sutta. And it involves seeing another dead body and then always realizing that this body here is of the same fate. It is not exempt from the destiny to fall apart. And the second practice relates to the breath, and it is that awareness that with every breath we cannot be completely sure even of taking the next breath. And in the guided instruction that I will be giving, I'll be combining these two approaches. But now to relate that to the Buddha, there's this reflection. I have brought with me now the Pali version of the reflections that inspired the Buddha to go forth. And in my book, in the Meditator's Life of the Buddha, you always find the Chinese translated, that is on page 7. So the Pali version of this reflection, this is from the Anguttara Nikaya and in the translation of Bhikkhu Bodhi, that is before setting out in his quest for awakening, the Buddha had the following reflection. An uninstructed worldling, though himself subject to death, not exempt from death, feels repelled, humiliated and disgusted when seeing another who has died, overlooking his or her own situation. Now I too am subject to death, and I am not exempt from death. Such being the case, if I were to feel repelled, humiliated and disgusted when seeing another who has died, that would not be proper for me. When I reflected thus, my intoxication with life was completely abandoned. An uninstructed worldling, intoxicated with life, engages in misconduct by body, speech and mind. With the breakup of the body, after death, he or she is reborn in the plane of misery, in a bad destination, in the lower world, in hell. So the first part of this reflection is really this, and this is actually, we could see this as an external form of mindfulness. This, in mindfulness we have this internal, external dimension. And really to see that this tendency of thinking it's others who die and turning away is leading in the wrong direction. And what this passage invites us is to see that others die, I also die. And to see that through this meeting of our own mortality, the text says the intoxication with life was abundant. And I would like to add to that a little Anālayo footnote. With that, I think the text is merely pointing to what comes in the next passage on the karmical consequences of misconduct. But at the same time, you see, in my own experience and also those with whom I have shared this practice, the practice of recollection of death makes us come much more alive. It brings a lot of liveliness into our life. It clarifies our priorities. It wants us to meet the present moment to the fullest of our abilities, to meet a good friend, say what has to be said, apologize for what has gone wrong, so that who knows if we're going to meet again, everything will be settled and in peace. So the recollection of death is not something that turns us into some sort of life-denying, morbid, negative, depressed kind of personality. It's the actual opposite. It's a practice that is a very strong source of joy, of life-affirming, of meeting life to the fullest. So with this first reflection then, by the Buddha that inspired him to go forth in search of liberation, we have another formulation, and this is from the Arya Pariyesana Sutta, and that relates to page 8 following in my book, that I also wanted to read out for you. Then I considered thus: why, being myself subject to aging, sickness, death, sorrow and defilement, do I seek what is also subject to aging, sickness, death, sorrow and defilement? Suppose that, being myself subject to aging, sickness, death, sorrow and defilement, having understood the danger in these, I seek the unaging, unailing, the deathless, soulless and undefiled, supreme security from bondage, Nibbana. The deathless, the Amata. According to the textual records we have, that was the first term the Buddha used to refer to his own awakening when he had gained it. The deathless has been realized. What is the deathless? The deathless in the ancient Indian context had connotations of immortality. There's some very cute stories about the Devas and Asuras. They are fighting for the soma, the drink of immortality. But in early Buddhist thought, this is used quite differently. In early Buddhist thought, that deathless is something to be realized while we are still alive. That marks a major difference to a number of other religious traditions where you get the final thing after you pass away. But here the deathless is to be realized here and now. We have even a beautiful passage in the Dhatu Vibhanga Sutta where it said, the sage at peace no longer dies, because there's nothing in him or her that could die. What does it mean? The Buddha died, no? Yes, he died, but he was not at all affected by death. He had gone completely beyond the sting of mortality. In fact, the time of his passing away is described as he being on the brink of death and having complete mastery of the mind, that he went through all the four absorptions, the immaterial spheres, one time up, one time down. That is a standard description of superb meditative mastery. He went up to the fourth jhana again. His breathing stopped before he passed away. A very acute detail. He was even able to let go. Normally we breathe our last. Even before passing away, he stopped the breath. So there's a superb mastery and unshakability in the face of death. That is the deathless. And that is the deathless that each of us can realize. And it is a deathless that is independent of religious traditions or whatever. It's just the ability to fully meet life and death in the here and now. This much I had in terms of reflection, and now I wanted to describe the practice I would like to do with you. The guided meditation I would like to offer requires you ideally to lie down if that is possible. That is why I think we have a few yoga mats. Let me first explain what we are doing, and then we can start. And if it's possible, I think many of you might even be able to use these zabutons. I think if one lies on them diagonally and then takes the cushion for the head. And the idea would be to, if possible, to get into the corpse posture. If that is not possible, you stay on the chair. And there's a little trick to avoid falling asleep. And this is when we are all lying down in the corpse posture. You could keep one arm up like this and rest it on the elbow. That's a very relaxed thing. It doesn't really get any tiredness. But as soon as you go a little tired, the arm goes down and you realize. This kind of loss of balance immediately alerts us to the fact that we are about to doze off. And that can avoid that we start sleeping instead of meditating, which in the prone posture can easily happen. So the idea would then be that we all find a way of lying down, and ideally with the feet not pointing in the direction of the Buddha image, and ideally in such a way that we don't have bodily contact with another meditator. But if we find that our neighbor is then a little bodily contact is quite appropriate to help them regain. And after some time of lying, I will then tell you that we will come up and do some sitting meditation. And then there will be time for you to walk. There will be a walking period, just reflecting on death and also doing whatever other things you need to do, take a snack or go to the bathroom, whatever. And then there will be somebody ringing a bell and we come back in the hall and fortunately then do another meditation. It will not be all on death, I promise. Good, I think now would be an opportunity to see if we can more or less distribute in the hall in a place that you feel all comfortable and in the lying down posture. And you could use the cushion for the head so that the head is a little bit supported, so that you're comfortable. There's more yoga mats here in front if anybody needs. And so first we just relax the body. And at times for that it can be helpful to briefly tense it up. So if you like, maybe we could start by briefly tensing up the feet and the legs and then relaxing them. Briefly tensing up the torso, arms and hands and relaxing them. And then briefly tensing up the facial muscles and gritting the teeth and relaxing. Allowing all the body weight to sink into the ground. And to weigh off the whole body in the sitting posture and of the process of breathing. Aware of that process of breathing, not in the form of an exclusive focus on the breath, but just as an integral part of whole body awareness. Body lying and breathing. And wherever you like to be aware of the breath, nostril or back of the throat, chest, abdomen, no particular location, doesn't matter. Whatever works for you. And if we feel that we get sleepy particularly, then it's a good idea to lift up half of the arm, just to make sure that we don't fall asleep. And now the time has come for us to die. When we were born, we came without anything, any possessions or clothes. Whatever things we accumulated in the duration of our life, whatever we own, our possessions, all of that we will now have to leave behind. Others will be using it, or it will be discarded. Naked we came, naked we go. And when we were born, we were given a name. And in the course of our life, we may have changed that name, becoming monastic or getting married, acquiring various titles. That name that for others signifies who we are in society, our roles, our contributions, our responsibilities. All of that, now we have to leave it behind. Others may continue what we did, or may not continue. But all of that, now we have to leave behind. Nameless we came, nameless we go. And when we were born into a certain family. That was our first relationships. And out of that and other circumstances of our life, we have developed our circle of close ones, dear ones, relatives. All of them we now have to leave behind. They have to continue without us. Alone we came, alone we go. And as the process of dying sets in, out of these 4 elements, earth, water, fire and wind, standing representative for solidity, cohesion, temperature and motion. Out of these 4 elements, the first element over which we lose control is the earth element. The body starts to feel very heavy. We are losing our ability to move it around the way we used to. And if others are present who are looking after us, they will also find the body subjectively more heavy. Subjectively more heavy because it has lost its internal structure, making it more difficult to move our body around. The earth element is dissolving. Feels like we are oppressed by a heavy weight. Next, the water element. The body loses control over the bodily liquids. And those who are by our sides might see that we lose urine or that water dribbles out of our eyes. And we feel so thirsty. Water, water, I want water. But we can no longer communicate. Sometimes those around us may see how we open the mouth and stretch out the tongue. Water, I'm so thirsty. Body is losing control over the water element. And the fire element, the bodily warmth. Next, the body is losing control over the fire element. The feet and the hands start to become cold. Those who are around us will see that hand and feet slowly become of a slightly bluish color. And from the extremities of the limbs, we feel the cold is slowly edging in towards the heart. Loss of control over the fire element. We feel so cold. And the wind element, the respiration. More and more difficult to take a breath. Those around us will see how belabored our breathing has become. Very short in-breath, very long exhalation, gasping for breath. Body is no longer able to take in the required amount of oxygen until, with the last exhalation, we let go. Letting go of this body. With the last exhalation, letting it die. And after the breath, as a manifestation of the wind element has left the body for good, it keeps cooling down until all of the fire element is left. The liquids dribble out, dry up. The flesh rots away. Only the bones are left, the earth element. Eventually also to fall apart. and lying down on the floor as we do now, we might become in particular aware of the skeleton inside of our body. Just being aware to the extent to which we can know it, of the skeleton as a reminder of our mortality, of the ultimate destiny of this body to fall apart. No need to strain ourselves to distinctly feel the skeleton, just knowing it is there. Some parts, maybe where we touch the ground, we can feel some of the bones more distinctly. But just knowing is enough. And this knowing of the skeleton inside of our body can always be used as a shorthand. When we are walking or standing, sitting, lying, whatever it is, as a shorthand reminder of the practice we just did in detail. The practice of meditating on the process of dying. The practice of bravely, courageously facing our own mortality. Look, the whole world is running away from this. The whole world is running away from their own shadow. And here we are, together, courageously, bravely facing it. Facing our own shadow instead of running away from it. And the more we face it, the easier it becomes. The more we face it, the more we realize how important it is to allow death to become part of our life. This is a process of healing in a way, of becoming whole, of no longer ignoring the fact of mortality. And with that clear recognition of our mortality through having meditatively gone through the process of dying, and also with the appreciation of the significance of this practice we are doing now, we may now slowly, gently come out of that corpse posture and get into the sitting posture. Just very slowly, gently, with mindfulness. If possible, still aware of the skeleton, intermittently from here to there. And being in the sitting posture, aware of the whole body, aware of the skeleton, we are also aware of the process of breathing. Again, not as an exclusive focus on the breath alone, but awareness of the breath as part of whole body awareness. And aware of that distinction, that difference between inhalations and exhalations. The breath coming in and the breath moving out. Just knowing whether the breath is moving in or out, without using for that purpose an exclusive focus on the breath, but simply as part, an integral part of whole body awareness. Whole body awareness in the sitting posture. And if we wish, within that whole body awareness also the understanding of the skeleton, the seated skeleton, as a reminder of the fact of mortality within our own body. Using the skeleton to make it absolutely clear to ourselves that what we are talking about here is this body of mine being bound to fall apart. To disintegrate. And now, without changing the natural rhythm of the breath stays the way it is, we relate it to awareness of the uncertainty when death will come. I am certainly going to die, but I do not know when. It could even, in principle, happen right now. I cannot be absolutely sure even of the next breath. And with every inhalation, that clear understanding, this could be my last breath. And with every exhalation, we relax and let go. Natural breathing, not in any way interfering with the breath. Just a matter of paying attention or giving emphasis in the mind. With the inhalation, emphasis on the understanding that I cannot be completely sure. This could even be my last breath. And with every exhalation, we relax and let go. Relax and let go. By joining these two types of reflections to the inhalations and exhalations respectively, we can fine-tune the practice. Suppose this recollection of death is getting too challenging, we feel we get agitated, then we no longer join the inhalation to the reflection. And just when the exhalations are there, give emphasis to relaxing and letting go. Relaxing and letting go. But at other times, when the fact of mortality just doesn't want to sink into the mind, we could give more importance to the reflection related to the inhalation, to the understanding that this could be, in principle, my last breath. I can't be sure. In this way, we can fine-tune the practice, tailor it to our present moment needs. Make sure that this does not become too much, but also that we do not miss the main point. This precious opportunity, here as we are all together, to learn to face our mortality. What better time could there be than now? We don't start studying only on the day of exam. We don't start exercising only on the day of competition. Similarly, it would be foolish to start preparing for death when death is already at hand. We need to prepare, to train ourselves in the art of dying. And training in the art of dying is training in the art of living. Coming fully alive through facing our own shadow, through allowing death to be part of our life. Whole body awareness, awareness of the skeleton and the breath. Every inhalation, this could be the last. Every exhalation, relax and let go. Step by step, slowly and gradually, we come to find ease in this type of practice. It is challenging, of course. But it is indispensable that we learn to live with death. This one meditation practice has the potential to transform our whole life. To clarify our priorities. What do I really want to do with the time that is still left for me to live? What is really important? What do I want to have completed and done before I have to leave? What is the meaning I can give to my life in the face of death? And in facing our mortality, in trying to find a meaning for our life in the face of death, we are so close to the Buddha when he was still in quest of awakening. Why, being subject to death, should we just run after things that are also subject to death? That is his reflection. And by allowing death, our own mortality, the mortality of others, to touch our heart, to allow it to open and flower, we are following in the tracks of the Buddha, in that which motivated him to go forth in search for the deathless. Whole body awareness, skeleton inside of the body, breathing in, breathing out. This could be the last breath, relaxing and letting go. This could be the last breath. And even if it is not the last breath, it is certainly one breath closer to death. With every breath, we are coming closer to death. And we are preparing for it. We are getting ready for it. We are training ourselves in the art of dying. And through training ourselves in the art of dying, we become so much more alive to this precious opportunity of giving meaning to our life. Of making the best of our potential. I will soon be ringing the bell, and then it is time for some walking meditation. Or if you like to stay in the hall, of course, you are welcome. And you can decide if you like to continue with the practice of recollection of death by being aware of the skeleton doing the walking, skeleton walking, or if it feels more appropriate to allow more room for reflection, maybe sitting down or even taking notes if you wish, and just reflect on death. What does it mean to me? What would happen if I had really died when Anālayo was giving this guided instruction? What are those things that I would have wished I had done and that I have left undone? And looking forwards into the future, what are the things that are really important for me in my life? What should I give emphasis to? How can I simplify my life, my relationships, so that what I really care for gets enough of my time and attention? Such type could be the reflections, if you wish. As part of our mindfulness practice, always to check in where we are, where is the mind, and then accordingly we decide. It wants stillness, I'll just walk. It wants to reflect on what we just did, and I reflect. I have about half an hour time for that, and then there will be a bell rung, and we come back into the hall. So now it's time again for a little bit of talking on my side. And I hope you have forgiven me for starting the day in this way. But I think it is really a very important practice. And yeah, it is what in a way inspired the Buddha to go forth. We can see old age and disease even included in that topic by considering old age to be gradual dying and disease to be temporary and partial dying, as death is really about lack of control. It's out of control. So having gone forth, then we have this story and later tradition that the Buddha kind of sneaked out of the palace in the middle of the night. And this is very clearly hagiography, just as much as the story that the Buddha, for the first time in his life doing an outing from the palace, saw a dead person or a sick person. All of this is part of later tradition when the Buddha had already passed away for quite some time and they were trying to build together a story of the life of the Buddha. But in the suttas, in fact, we get a very clear mention that he went forth even though his parents were crying. So it's very clear that he didn't just sneak out secretly from the palace. And because the suttas, and somewhat ancient India in general, there's not such a clear interest in biographies. We really get biographies only much, much later with exegetical tradition, and then as a general phenomena when the first Chinese pilgrims come to visit India. So we don't really know how to place different episodes in the Buddha's quest to awakening that we find in the suttas. But as I argue in my book, I think from the context it seems to me most probable that the first practice would have been his cultivation of absorption. And this is what we get in the Upakilesa Sutta, Majjhima Nikaya 128. And in the book I discuss that on page 32. And this is a discussion the Buddha has with a group of his disciples, a group of monks under the leadership of Anuruddha, who later became an extraordinary disciple for the ability of the divine eye. He had very, very strong concentrative abilities. And the Buddha sees them struggling with their practice and then describes his own struggle. And this is what I like to read to you. I perceived both light and a vision of forms. Soon afterwards, the light and the vision of forms disappeared. I thought, what is the cause and condition why the light and the vision of forms have disappeared? Then I considered thus. Doubt arose in me, and because of the doubt, my concentration fell away. When my concentration fell away, the light and the vision of forms disappeared. And the discourse continues with a whole series of upakilesa, that is the title of the discourse, of finer defilements or obstructions to concentration. And if we look at that whole list, which in the Chinese parallel is fairly close to the Pali, so we have good reason to assume that this is relatively early, we find that the first two hindrances, sensual desire and anger, ill will, are not mentioned. So I take it that this stage of practice described here sets in at a stage where already the two chief defilements, the two chief hindrances, have been temporarily left behind. And the description of light and vision of forms is interesting because it is a precedent to what in nowadays in traditions often referred to as the nimitta. Nimitta is a sign or a mark It means that by which perception can recognize something. But it also has a causal sense. And the passage, in fact, uses the word nimitta. And so we usually think that this idea in later tradition that when you do concentration meditation, you experience an inner light and then you concentrate on that in order to enter into absorption, that has to some extent a precedent in this Upakilesa Sutta. At the same time, however, the description here is somewhat different. First of all, it has this idea of light and the vision of forms. Then it does not really speak of concentrating on the light. It just speaks of realizing that this disappearance of that inner light experience, what does it tell us? It tells us that there is some obstruction in the mind. And working with that obstruction, then this light and vision of forms comes up again. So it's more like a reflection of the condition of the mind than an actual object of concentration in itself. What I find particularly interesting here is the fact that the Buddha himself describes this long series of obstructions that he had to overcome before even being able to attain the first absorption, the first jhana. And we have this instruction is giving to Anuruddha, who, as I said, was later an outstanding disciple for very deep concentration. And so I think this alone already helps us to see that in the early discourses, absorption is quite a profound state of concentration. And there I somewhat disagree with the trend that is quite prevalent in the West now of positing so-called sutta jhana and vipassana jhana, and then assuming that deep concentration is a later development, only Visuddhimagga Buddhaghosa. And I have written about that quite in detail in my early Buddhist meditation studies, taking up the different arguments that are made for the assumption that in early Buddhism, absorption was something very light and easily attainable. And I don't find that very much convincing. And I think this passage alone should actually suffice to put things into perspective, because if even the Buddha and Anuruddha had such difficulties to attain the first jhana, is it really probable that nowadays, with our modern society, SMS and all kinds, people just sit down, smile, and get the same kind of experience? I find that rather doubtful. But whatever you may think about that, the passage continues and describes different experiences he had. So I will continue reading. As I was abiding diligent, ardent and resolute, I perceived limited light and saw limited forms. I perceived immeasurable light and saw immeasurable forms. Even for a whole night, or a whole day, or a whole day and night. So this passage is significant for placing this whole cultivation of absorption within the time frame of the Buddha's quest for awakening until his realization. Because the commentary, for reasons that are not quite clear to me, thinks that this whole development should be squeezed into the night of the Buddha's awakening. But the reference to whole day, whole night, whole day and night is also found in the Chinese parallel. So it is very clear that the development described here cannot be squeezed into a short moment in the night of awakening, but has to be a longer period of time. And this is why I think this has to be placed even before what I'm going to talk about right soon now, the meeting with Alara Kalam and Udakaramaputra, before the ascetic practices. All of this comes later. And the last part of this passage that I wanted to read for you refers to his analysis that he makes of the experience he has. So he says, I developed concentration with applied thought and sustained thought. I developed concentration without applied thought, but with sustained thought only. And I developed concentration with applied thought and with sustained thought. Yeah, I've been using here Bhikkhu Bodhi's translation. I personally prefer to translate the Vitakka and Vichara slightly differently. according to what I earlier said, my understanding is that even the first absorption is a state where there is not just normal thinking, but the mind is fairly quiet already. And so I understand vitaka and vichara to refer to this pointing the mind at something and then sustaining it there. So as I'm now talking to you, I have some idea of what I want to say, pointing it there, and then I'm putting the words that I'm saying, hopefully the correct ones, into play so that there's some coherent speech coming out. But I can do the same also in meditation. I can point the mind at something and then just sustain it there. And the interesting thing is here that a time where the Buddha apparently was himself just developing absorption experience, he uses this threefold distinction, which differs from the standard way of four absorption usually described in the suttas. So we have, with this pointing and sustaining, then we have a slightly more concentrated level where you don't really have to intentionally point, but you still have to sustain the mind. And then there's a third level where the mind just stays there by itself. And I think it is out of his experience of teaching, this is just my hypothesis, I have no authority, no canonical authority for that whatsoever, that he found it is more useful to formulate the analysis of absorption into four levels, where the first two correspond to these three. And I think the key behind that is his analysis of the impact of joy and happiness. That is really the key in the cultivation of concentration. So here we have more the kind of, how should we call that, the kind of effort you have to make. Do you have to make a lot of effort, pointing, sustaining, a little bit less sustaining, or no effort? But with the fourfold analysis, it is really the key really is the different types of joy and happiness that naturally keep the mind in place. And this is something I anyway wanted to share with you. That the potential of wholesome forms of joy and happiness to lead into deep stages of concentration should never be underestimated. This is a key factor in meditation. So whenever you are experiencing distraction and you think, well, maybe I'm just not a good meditator or so, it's not necessarily the case. All we need to do is to endow whatever we do with a little bit of joy. Infuse it with a wholesome form of joy. And the mind will naturally stay in place. This is based on a principle researched in cognitive psychology, which is called reward-based learning. This is something we have developed in the course of our evolution as a species. Like imagine you are an animal and you find a certain place where there is some food, and then this has a positive effect. And because of that positive effect, next day you will go to the same place to find food. So this kind of positive effect, which is in cognitive psychology what the dopamine kick, this makes you do the same thing again. If something is positive, it is reinforced. And we can intelligently use that very same principle for our meditation practice. Something as simple as the breath we have been already playing with. If I endow that experience of the breath with a little bit of the subtle joy of being in the present moment, the mind naturally stays with the breath. It is quite normal that the mind gets distracted if we just tell it to stay with the breath, because the breath is neutral, it's not really interesting. So the mind goes like, oh, this is boring, something else. Yesterday I did blah, tomorrow I shall blah, blah, blah. But if we just give that a little bit of, even call it a sweet if you like, if you sweeten the breath a little bit, just a little bit of joy, and the mind stays there naturally. It's very simple and very effective. Good, then after having cultivated the absorption, the Buddha, and this after is my interpretation, I don't have other canonical authority than this whole day and whole night passage. After that, I would posit the time when the Buddha went to train with true teachers. This is his time with Alara Kalam and Uddaka Ramaputta. And Anālayo taught the sphere of nothingness. This is one of 4 levels of immaterial attainments. And in the way they are usually described in the suttas, they are based on having first developed those 4 absorptions that I was just talking about. So even though this is not explicitly mentioned, I simply assume that part of the training that Anālayo was giving to his students was also to lead them to the lower 2 immaterial attainments, which is boundless space and boundless consciousness. And it's also not quite clear what exact instructions were given, but whatever it was, the Bodhisattva was very quick to get the point and to reach the same attainment. And when his teacher was very pleased with that, the Bodhisattva was not, because he found that even the superb, deep concentration of the mind of nothingness is not really something that would lead him beyond his existential quest, beyond death. It was not beyond death. And so I went to Udakkaramaputta, and something similar happened, and Udakkaramaputta himself apparently had not even attained what he was teaching. It was just an attainment his father had, Rama. And this is the sphere of neither perception nor non-perception. So at this point of experience, perception has become so, what is the right word, so effaced? Yeah. That you can't really say it is perception, you can't really say it's not perception. Very subtle experience, very profound concentration. And the Bodhisattva again very quickly understood what the teacher was talking about, realized it, went back, and Udakkaramaputta was very impressed. Wow, you are further than me, you can be the teacher now. But he said no, he didn't want it, because it was again not what he was looking for. He was looking for what leads completely beyond old age, disease, and death. This is what I had to share now, and in the next talking session we have, I'll talk about the ascetic practices before you get into your lunch. And as a little meditation practice, I wanted to offer a guided meditation on the element of space. We have already been doing earth, water, fire, and wind with that contemplation. And in the suttas, sometimes we get these 4 elements, and sometimes also 6 elements, which is like the entire gamut of experience, which is the 4 elements plus space plus consciousness. And in this kind of context, consciousness stands for the entirety of the mind. And consciousness, I will come back to then after you have had your lunch. We will do a meditation on consciousness. So now the idea of meditating on space is simply an invitation for us to look at things in a different way. Now, for example, as you are looking at me and I'm looking at you, can we look at each other and be aware of the space between you and me? Do you feel the difference? Before we were just looking at the people, and now we see that there's space. There's space between one word and another. There's space at the back of these black letters, the white. There's so many dimensions of space. And even the things that are material, they occupy space. And we know from modern physics that even this apparently so solid Anālayo sitting in front of you, 99.999% just space and a few quarks buzzing around. And if we attend to space, if the mind takes space as its object, it can take over a quality that space has. Akaso naki nachi patittitang. Okay, space is not established anywhere. If we take on that quality of space, the mind not only becomes spacious, but it can also be at least temporarily free, because any defilement doesn't really have a landing place anymore. It's a way of saying, let me take my own example. I am No longer as bad as earlier, but I'm quite an anger type. So for me, the experience of working with anger is something I know very well. And I've been so much struggling with anger, wanting it to get out, don't wanting to be angry. Can you see what I'm doing? Not very intelligent, no? What I can do is just create space around the anger. And choop, it has no landing place anymore. The anger needs that solidified sense of an ego that sits on the ground and says, they should not have done, or whatever it is. If I just make space around it, choop, can't do anything. Just raw energy that dissipates. So what I'm presenting now is an invitation to play with these dimensions of space. The way I'll be introducing it is in the form of a body scan, going through different parts of the body, and every time being aware that this part of the body occupies space, being aware of the space occupied by that part of the body. And from there, from experiencing our own body as space, which is quite unusual, feels a little funny, but is not so wrong actually if I think about it. Didn't he say 99.999%? Yeah. So from that we can come to understand that space has no limits and just be aware of space in general. And then doing walking, obeying the course of nature, whatever you do, all the time playing with space, space around you, making space for the others here in the hall, leaving space in the mind, bringing space into the mind. Playful exploring what for us can we do with this idea of space and this idea of the mind that is not established anywhere. Na kenaji patitidam. Yeah, I think that is what I had by way of introduction. So if you like to get into a meditation posture, then we would have a guided meditation for about 20 minutes. And then I will ring the bell and there'll be 30 minutes time for you to again go out and do your walking. And then I would still invite you to come back for a short excursion into asceticism before you get your meal. And so we start by just becoming aware of the whole body in the sitting posture. And this is another very useful practice, this whole body awareness as a foundation for the continuity of mindfulness in sitting and daily activities. Not taking any particular part of the body, but just aware of the whole body in the sitting posture. And if we wish, as earlier also, the breath as an integral part of whole body awareness, not as something that leads us to an exclusive focus. And now we start with the head. We become aware of the head area, of the space occupied by the head area of this body. Experiencing our own head from the viewpoint of space. And from the head to the neck, aware of this part of the body and viewing it from the perspective of the space it occupies. And from the neck to one shoulder, left or right, doesn't matter. Just choose one shoulder. Aware of that shoulder, that part of the body, of the space it occupies. From the shoulder to the upper arm, the space occupied by the upper arm. Lower arm, space. And the hand, space. The other shoulder, space. The space occupied by this part of the body. The upper arm, space. The lower arm, space. And the hand, space. The upper half of the torso, as space. The space occupied by this part of the body. And the lower half of the torso. The space occupied by the lower half of the torso. Shifting attention to one of the two hips, left or right, doesn't matter. Choosing one hip, being aware of that hip area, of the space occupied by this part of the body. The upper leg, space. The lower leg, space. And the foot, space. Shifting attention to the other hip and away of this part of the body from the viewpoint of the space it occupies. The corresponding upper leg, space. Lower leg, space. And the foot, space. And we are aware of this whole body in the sitting posture, of the space occupied by this whole body in the sitting posture. Viewing this body from the viewpoint of space. Cultivating the perception of this body as a manifestation of space. If we are aware of the whole body, it is awareness of space. If we are aware of the breath is happening in space. And when we have sufficiently stabilized this perception of our own body as space, we can bring in the realization that space has no limits, no boundaries. There's a continuity between space in this body and space outside. Space has by nature no limits. Even the other yogis here in the hall, the floor, the ceiling, all space. The whole planet, space. Space is by nature boundless, unlimited. It is that which connects us with all other living beings, with this planet, with the whole universe. That shared space. And we allow the mind to become vast, vast like space, boundless, unlimited, boundless space. And this experience of boundless space can be supported by discernment and by the breath. Discernment, whenever we find the mind gets stuck somewhere. Just a closer discernment shows this is also space. The mind gets narrow, discernment, and the borders dissolve. Mind becomes broad again. Even the ground on which we sit is just space. And the breath happening in space. If we wish, every inhalation, more attention to the space within, or to the idea of space, and every exhalation, more intention to that limitlessness, that boundlessness, that lack of any barriers, that infinitude of the experience of space. And if the mind gets distracted, whenever we notice, smilingly we notice, oh look, mind has taken me for a ride. No trace of negativity or aversion. That is natural. Mind just likes to amble here and there. But we come back to space, to that perception of space, so much more peaceful, so much more satisfying than any distraction, fantasy. If it is a substantial distraction, we might do another body scan, go through the body part by part, dissolving it into space, just as a way of giving the mind something to do, getting it engaged, until we come again to the point of just abiding in space, in the boundlessness of space. In that condition of not being established anywhere. Na kena chi patititang. Na kena chi patititang. Not established anywhere. And when I ring the bell in another maybe 2 minutes, experience the spaciousness of the sound, and then decide if you like to go for a walk or stay in the hall. Whatever we do, keeping to that perception of space, playing with it, exploring it, seeing what it does to us. about half an hour until we meet here again. So we had left the Bodhisattva as he had explored these immaterial attainments and found that this whole path, absorption, immaterial attainments, was not on its own leading him to what he was looking for, something beyond death. And so now he takes on a completely different approach, the approach of asceticism. And in the suttas we have various types of ascetic practices described. And as I argue in my book, there's a whole package of asceticism described in Mahāsyanāda Sutta, the Majjhima 12, which does not really fit into the period that the Buddha practiced these and has some internal inconsistencies also. And based on a Jataka tale, this is actually not my own discovery, it's Helmut Hecker, a German scholar and practitioner who discovered that. It seems that this is a past life reminiscence, where in a past life the Buddha practiced some asceticism. So we can set these aside in as much as wanting to just understand his present life trajectory towards awakening. And so those ascetic practices we are left with are of three types: forceful mind control, breath control, and fasting. And if you look at it and trying to understand it, we can see the quest for something that leads beyond the world, beyond death, and so it's natural to go for these concentrative absorptions, refine them ever further. But the issue is then when we come out of it, the problem of traces of unwholesomeness in the mind has not yet been solved. When we come out of a deep concentration, it will take quite some time for the defilements to pop up their head again. But however deep our experiences were, when we go out into the world, a day, 2, 3, a week or two pass, and we get angry again, we get sensual desire again. They don't settle that major issue. And so in that situation, it's quite, if we just think what the Buddha is trying to do, is trying to find freedom from defilements, it's quite understandable. This is no, I'm going to really fight it out. Crush the mind with mind. Tongue pressed against the palate and get it out. But I would not even recommend you try that, but if you would, you will find that this also doesn't work. It is possible at the moment a defilement arises to push it out of the mind at that moment, but that doesn't have a very long-term effect. And this is also what the Buddha found out. Later he will not completely discard this type of attitude. He will put it into a series of modes of dealing with unwholesome thought in Vitakkasaṇṭhāna Sutta. But there it really comes as the very, very last resort. There's a whole kaleidoscope of different techniques. So first we are mindful, the thought is still there, then we use this, we use this, we use this, we use this. And eventually we come to a point where everything we try to do to overcome unwholesomeness in the mind hasn't worked, and we're just about to really spill into action, like hit somebody on the head or I don't know what. At that point, it's really time to say, no, stop it now. In a course I taught recently in Australia, there was a woman, and she so beautifully demonstrated that. She said, it's just like with my child, and it wants to do something. No, sweetie, don't do that. Maybe look here, or let's do that. And someone said, no, you're not going to hit your little sister. Chum, carrying it away. And that is just a very beautiful image for this kind of attitude. So this first attempt to simply force the mind didn't work, and then he tried breath. And the breath in ancient India had a lot of much deeper resonances in religious and spiritual circles than it has nowadays. The breath stands for life. Control of the breath is control of emotions. There's a whole range of associations that go with the breath. In fact, with this particular ascetic practice, the Buddha didn't try it just once, but he tried different modalities. And all of these revolve around the idea of breath control, stopping the breath, in the belief that if I can stop the breath, I can somehow gain control over what is happening in the mind. He tried and tried and tried. Again, that did not lead him to what he was looking for. And you can see the continuity, like trying to stop the mind to mere thought. We have this description, pressing the tongue against the roof of the palate and clenching the teeth. And if you just try it, the idea from there to go to breath, stopping the breath is very natural. It's like, you can get this kind of energy. And then from the dependency of the body on the breath to go to that other dependency on the food is also, there's a very natural progression, just trying different ways of forcing the way through to awakening. And so the last was fasting, and reducing the intake of food more and more until he came to a point of complete exhaustion physically, realizing that, look, I have taken this to the extreme and it hasn't worked. And the realization that the way to awakening lies not in just brute force, but, coming back to my favorite topic, in joy and happiness. Looking back to his past, looking back at the time when he was young, and at an absorption experience, and realizing, look, that type of happiness is wholesome. Wholesome types of happiness and joy, I do not need to fear them. They can lead me onwards on the path. And that's the major shift of his understanding that then cleared out the path to awakening for him. And we'll leave his awakening until after lunch. But in line with the crushing of the mind being one method for dealing with unwholesome thoughts, a last resort, and the breath, this beautiful method of the 16 steps of mindfulness of breathing, with the substantial difference that the question is no longer to control the breath, but to observe it, to let the breath be natural, and then to accompany it with different kind of cultivations. And also eating. Again, the question is not fasting, but making the process of eating a part of the path to awakening. I have a passage here from the Buddha, but maybe before, as we are very well in time, I can just tell a little story also. I've recently been doing some research on this whole issue of mindfulness in early Buddhism and mindfulness nowadays in that clinical and other related settings. And I have the very interesting finding that the use of mindfulness for eating in order to reduce weight is already found in the early suttas. It's taught by the Buddha himself. And that is a major discovery because it kind of puts into perspective the understandable apprehension in some traditional Buddhist circles that the modern use of mindfulness to address mere health problems is in some way a deviation, a misappropriation of some religious, I would even say property, for secular purposes. But this particular discourse, it's the 13th discourse in the Kosala Samyutta, clearly shows that even though mindfulness obviously in early Buddhism is really all out concerned with awakening, there is also place for this type of mindfulness employment. And so the story is very short. King Pasenadi is one of the kings in these several petty kingdoms at the time of the Buddha. King Pasenadi is quite a close disciple of the Buddha, and he overeats, really fatty. And so he comes to the Buddha after he has had another of his gorging of food, and he's really panting. And you can see his condition. And so the Buddha sees him and comes up with a verse. Manunjasa sadasatimato matang janati landa bhojane tano tassa vadanti vedana sanikang jirati ayupalayam. People who are constantly mindful will know the measure with their food. Their feelings diminish, they age slowly and protect their longevity. That's the instruction. And there's two Chinese parallels, same story pretty much and same instruction. Pasenadi turns to a young man there in the assembly and says, look, can you memorize this? And every time I'm taking my meal, you recite it for me? I'll give you 100 coins every day if you do that. And the young man, of course, very happy to get a payment, memorizes it, and every time the meal is brought for King Pasenadi, he recites this verse, people constantly mindful, etc. And after some time, Pasenadi becomes slim. He strokes his body and says, "Oh, the Buddha has really benefited me." This is very clearly a mindfulness-based intervention against overeating. The instruction says nothing about awakening, nothing about any kind of specific Buddhist doctrinal term. We even have an instructor who is getting paid. Yeah. So I am publishing this one in an academic journal, but it will also come out in the next issue of the Insight Journal at the Barre Center for Buddhist Studies where I'm living. So if you like to have this and show it to your friends, I mean, it will come out in another month or a little longer. Barre Center of Buddhist Studies, they freely sent that out. And I think it's just really lovely because we have a piece that I really hope will bring more harmony. We don't get this fighting anymore, that you're not allowed to do that, or we do it anyway, but just seeing the connection. And for us as Buddhists to really see that this mindfulness-based intervention is simply another formulation of the Buddha's teaching, even though they don't officially call themselves Buddhist. And it's a modality that in fact goes back to the Buddha to some extent. And so we don't need to be kind of too upset or critical about it. And for those who are involved with MBIs, particularly the so-called second generation MBIs, who are now also more open to the Buddhist roots. So it's very beautiful because we can have this dialogue between these two knowledge systems, psychology and Buddhism, which, even though they're based on different epistemologies, they have different aims, but there is this area of overlap, the wish to understand the working of the mind in order to diminish suffering. And there we can have a dialogue, not one trumping the other, not asking for authorization, but just as equal partners. Anyway, that was just I had the time for a little byway. So we come back to 2,500 years ago, the Buddha. This is a description of how the Buddha eats from a young Brahmin who has been observing him very closely. Majjhima Nikaya 91, the relevant part is in page 202 of the book. He takes his food, experiencing the taste, though not experiencing greed for the taste. The food he takes has 8 factors. It is neither for amusement, nor for intoxication, nor for the sake of physical beauty and attractiveness, but only for the endurance and continuance of his body, for the ending of discomfort, and for assisting the holy life. He considers, "Thus I shall terminate old feelings without arousing new feelings, and I shall be healthy and blameless, and shall live in comfort." Out of this description, I would particularly like to invite you to use the very first part. He takes his food, experiencing the taste, though not experiencing greed for the taste. Rasa patisamvedi susamanugotamo, no rasa raga patisamvedi. And that could be something to carry into your eating break now, as a way of even relating such a mundane activity as eating to the Buddha. Every moment we are able, we want to fully experience the taste. It's not about just gulping it down. The tasting is actually part of the digestive process. It's important that we do that properly. So we chew, we experience the taste fully, but without experiencing greed for the taste, craving, clinging. Every single bite we can play with that fine difference as a way of being close to the Buddha. So I invite you to play with that, and we are very good in time, so we have a lot of time for the lunch break. The next teaching would be here at 2 o'clock, and we can have the bell maybe 5 minutes before. Should be enough, no? 5 minutes before. So you have an hour and 20 minutes time. it doesn't mean you're not allowed to come to the hall to meditate. I'll be here and I'll be very happy if you join me, but you have that whole period of time to simply see what you feel like. Sometimes I especially have that, as I often eat quite a lot, then after the meal I feel a little tired. And if at that time I would go into the hall, I don't think I would hear much of what's being said. So you know yourself, you know what you need after the meal. Take a little rest, take a little walk, or come here and sit with me, whatever seems appropriate. And we meet here again at 2 for the Buddha's awakening. Thank you. So it's again time for a little bit of talking and listening. Buddha has left behind meditative transcendence, left behind asceticism, realized that that is not the path to awakening, taken nourishment, and now we are coming to the night of his awakening. He cultivates the concentration up to the fourth absorption, and then he develops these two higher knowledges, which I want to look at now. So I read again. This is from Majjhima Nikaya 4, by Bhairava Sutta. When my concentrated mind was thus purified, bright, unblemished, rid of imperfection, malleable, wieldy, steady, and attained to imperturbability, I directed it to knowledge of the recollection of past lives. I recollected my manifold past lives, that is, 1 birth, 2 birth, 3 birth, 4 birth, 5 birth, 10 birth, 20 birth, 30 birth, 40, 50, 100, 1,000, 100,000 births. Many aeons of world contraction, many aeons of world expansion, many aeons of world contraction and expansion. There I was so named, of such a clan, with such an appearance, such was my nutriment, such my experience of pleasure and pain, such my life term. And passing away from there, I reappeared elsewhere, and there too I was so named, of such a clan, with such an appearance, such was my nutriment, such my experience of pleasure and pain, such my life term. And passing from there, I reappeared here. Thus, with their aspects and particulars, I recollected my manifold past lives. This was the first true knowledge attained by me in the first watch of the night. Ignorance was banished, and true knowledge arose. Darkness was banished, and light arose, as happens in one who abides diligent, ardent, and resolute. It's a very, very rich passage, I find. First of all, just in a general sense, I think this kind of description, which is similarly found in the parallel versions, makes it very clear that the doctrine of rebirth is an integral part of early Buddhist thought. And the idea that rebirth is just some sort of half-hearted, taken over heritage from the ancient Indian background is really unconvincing. The doctrine of rebirth is right at the heart of early Buddhist understanding and right at the heart of the Buddha's awakening. He speaks of true knowledge, arose, etc. And I just came out with a whole book on early Buddhist doctrine of rebirth and the whole debate around it, and also those different types of evidence, if you like, that seem to support that idea of rebirth. But for us practitioners, maybe that is not so absolutely central. The main point is just that you don't have to accept rebirth on mere faith. There is certainly room for saying, well, I don't know. Right view requires just the Four Noble Truths, to which I will come soon. But it would be better not to outrightly reject it and say rebirth is impossible, that's just nonsense. Because that would be holding wrong view. But for our present concern, much more interesting is this description that he gives, that he recollects all his past lives. And I think that is, again, we could understand that as a natural extension of what he did when he had done this ascetic practice and so on, but this is not going to lead me where I want to go. And so he started to look back like, what did I do? I did this asceticism, and before I did this immaterial spheres, absorption, and this is how he eventually came to an experience he had in his youth, which made him understand the importance of joy and happiness. So in a way, it's kind of natural that he keeps looking further back into the past, looking at past lives. And I assume this is not said explicitly, so this is just my interpretation. But I assume that what would have struck him as, you remember one life, and says, I had this name, this kind of family. There's a certain kind of identity that comes with the life we live, and then you look back another life, and the identity is quite different. Quite a different name, different experiences, but every time there is this, I am that. And I think that at this point he starts to see that the constructed nature of our sense of identity, the fact that this I am and I have such a glance, such experience, this just causes and conditions that coming together to construe this sense of, right now here, Anālayo. But that is just a construct. It's just certain causes and conditions then combine to that sense of identity I have right here and now. So my assumption is that at this point he starts to question that. How real is this sense of identity? And the seeing of causes and conditions. And the same then, continues with the second knowledge. It's a little bit long, but I still like to read it. I hope you are patient with me. When my concentrated mind was thus purified, bright, unblemished, rid of imperfection, malleable, wieldy, steady, and attained to imperturbability, I directed it to knowledge of the passing away and reappearance of beings. With the divine eye, which is purified and surpasses the human, I saw beings passing away and reappearing, inferior and superior, fair and ugly, fortunate and unfortunate. I understood how beings pass on according to their actions. Thus, these were the beings who were ill-conducted in body, speech and mind, revilers of noble ones, wrong in their views, giving effect to wrong view in their actions, on the dissolution of the body after death, have reappeared in a state of deprivation, in a bad destination, in perdition, even in hell. But these worthy beings who were well conducted in body, speech and mind, not revilers of noble ones, right in their views, giving effect to right view in their actions, on the dissolution of the body after death, have reappeared in a good destination, even in a heavenly world. Thus, with the divine eye, which is purified and surpasses the human, I saw beings passing away and reappearing, inferior and superior, fair and ugly, fortunate and unfortunate, and understood how beings pass on according to their actions. This was the second true knowledge attained by me in the middle watch of the night. Ignorance was banished, and true knowledge arose. Darkness was banished, and light arose, as happens in one who abides diligent, ardent, and resolute. So I think at this point he is able to see that this first inkling of the constructed nature of identity and the causes and conditions responsible for continuity apply also to others. And this again makes another central early Buddhist doctrine, the doctrine of karma and correlate to rebirth, a matter of the Buddha's own awakening, in the night of his awakening, in the middle watch of the night. And the way this principle of conditionality is standardly taught is that of dependent arising, the 12 links usually. And I wanted to look at one link in particular. In fact, in the book I discuss that it seems this tracing back from, again, our starting point, death, birth and death, this tracing back at first took him not right away to the beginning, to ignorance, but to consciousness and name and form. And we have this very intriguing reciprocal relationship between consciousness and name and form. So we have ignorance, formation, consciousness, name and form, reciprocal relationship, and then the rest. And I think the aspect of ignorance only becomes clear really in the third watch of the night when he realizes Nibbana, to which I will come later. But there's reciprocal relationship between consciousness on the one side and name and form on the other side. And this is also what I would invite you afterwards to explore in the meditation practice. What it's basically saying is that early Buddhism does not have a mind-body duality, very clearly not. Instead, the continuity of experience during life, or from one life to another, is seen as having on the one side consciousness, which is just the flow of knowing. And on the other side, there is the experience of materiality and the whole range of mental activities that process this materiality. And the materiality is not some sort of ultimate matter out there, but is matter as experienced, a phenomenological perspective on matter. It's very clear in early Buddhism. And this name and form, so form is the matter aspect. What is name? Name, first of all, needs to be clarified. Name does not include consciousness. That is a later development. If name would include consciousness, consciousness would be self-conditioning. Name includes 5 mental factors. Vedana, sanya, cetana, pasana, manasikara. Feeling, perception, volition, contact, and attention. And I'm taking this hand simile from Venerable Jnanananda, Kathaguru Jnanananda, but I've expanded it a little bit because it's very beautiful for us to get an idea of these 5 mental factors or qualities which are responsible for the coming into being of a name, of a concept, with which we recognize and understand. So the first one, the little finger, is feeling. Vedana. Seems so small and unobtrusive, yet it is foundational. That part of our mind that knows it's pleasant or unpleasant or maybe neutral is where the whole trouble starts, where we react. Yeah. Pleasant, I want it. Unpleasant, no. Neutral, boring, something else. It's this basic direction is set for the whole course where the mind runs. So this is feeling. Tiny little but very mischievous fella. The next finger is perception. This is the ring finger. Sanya. This is where we usually marry our ideas, biases, and preconceptions to what we experience. We think things are out there the way we see them. That's not true. Something comes from there, but quite a lot comes from here. My ideas married to sensual input and then presented to my mind as if this is all out there. Sanya is also very tricky. Volition, wow, sticks out. That's where we get really into trouble. That's the karma he was just describing. The decisions we take, our reactivity. The index finger, pointing at things, contact, passa, the event of experience. And the last one, manasikara, attention, responsible for whatever we pay attention to out of a whole situation. Now normally when I make a fist, they all come together, right? But I can also put this one out. What I'm trying to say with that is that normally manasikara, attention, goes for where the action is, it goes for the other 4. But it can also go in the other direction. It can go in the direction of consciousness. It can attend to that which knows, that passive receptive knowing. And that is what I would invite us all to explore, this possibility of being not so much with these activities of the mind, but with that which knows, the bare knowing, And I want to play with sound a little bit. I'm going to hit the gong, and I ask you first not to do what we do usually. When we hear a sound, we like reach out and say, "That's that gong over there in front of Anālayo." But just stay at the ear sense door and let the sound come to the ear. One more time. Really staying at the ear sense door and not reaching out for the object that is heard, but just letting that sound arrive at the ear sense door. Now I want to take this a step further. There's sound, there's the ear, and there's ear consciousness. So if we stay at the ear sense door, when that sound arrives, we could try to follow it inward to ear consciousness. I'm not saying that there's a specific location where we want to locate ear consciousness. I'm just saying that instead of that normal reaching out, we have first stayed here, and now let's let that same arrival of the sound carry us to that part of the mind which knows, the knowing quality, the ear consciousness. I like to do it one more time with your kind permission. So we stay at the ear sense door, the sound arrives, and we let that movement of the sound carry us to that part of the mind which knows. It is a turning inward, a resting in passive receptivity, not a specific location, just a turning inward and being with consciousness, that which knows. It's not an entity, it's a flow. Consciousness in early Buddhism is also impermanent. It's a flow of moments of being conscious. But our manasikara, our attention, always has that decision: do I go for the action or do I go for the passive part, the knowing, the quietness? And it is even possible now, as you're hearing me, as you're listening to me, it is possible to be aware of that knowing part of the mind. And as soon as we are aware of that knowing part of the mind, there is some stillness, some quietness in the mind, some stability. Some stepping back from this involvement in action and inevitably in reaction. So my suggestion would be that we meditate a little bit together, and I will be presenting that in relation to the breath, but you can also relate it to other practices you are accustomed to doing. The whole question is being with that knowing part of the mind. And then when the time comes in about, let us say, 15 minutes, to do walking meditation, other things, to continue that inward awareness of the knowing quality of the mind, to be with consciousness, whether it's eye consciousness, ear consciousness, mind consciousness, to always have this turning inwards and that resting in the knowing quality of the mind. We are aware of the body in the sitting posture, and we let the mind rest on the body, just as the body rests on the cushion. And without losing this whole body awareness, we become aware of the process of breathing, again as something integral part of whole body awareness, not an exclusive focus. And along with that alternation of inhalation and out breathing, we know the mind, experiencing the mind, that which knows the body, that which knows the breath. And anything that happens, sounds, bodily sensations, and distractions, as soon as we notice, turning inward to that which knows, to consciousness, the flow of consciousness. And that knowing quality is already there. Nothing we really have to do. Just relax and recognize. And then abide in it. Dwell in it. Be with it. With that passive, receptive, knowing quality of the mind. Which is always there in all our experiences. But normally we don't notice because of that whole overlay of mental activities to which we normally pay attention. All it requires is a gentle, soft turning backwards or inwards, letting go. Allowing the mind to unwind and rest in itself. And we have the support of whole body awareness and the breathing to keep pointing us back to the here and now, to the knowing of the here and now. mind is clear, open, soft, receptive, and not involved. Sooner or later, mind gets distracted. When we recognize, smilingly recognize, no negativity, no aversion. In that very moment of recognition, we can turn inward and be again with the knowing part of the mind. Resting in it, abiding in it, savoring, flavoring the tranquility, the peacefulness of letting go of mental activity and being just with that which knows. And when I ring the bell in another minute, we again allow the sound of the bell to carry us inside to it which knows. And with the continuity of this turning inward, we do whatever we wish to do. Continue sitting, or go for a walk, bathroom. Whatever it is that we wish to do, and continuously turning inwards or backwards, whatever works better for you as an idea, to connect with that knowing quality of the mind, to direct attention not to name and form, but to consciousness, the flow of consciousness. And after about 30 minutes, we will meet again here in the hall. that which knows. So we left the Buddha on the brink of his awakening and won't let you go home without him getting awakened and deciding to teach. So in the third watch of the night, the Buddha awakened. And this awakening is the realization of Nibbana. But the way this is usually described is with the help of something you all must be familiar with, the Four Noble Truths. The Four Noble Truths is inspired by an ancient Indian medical diagnosis scheme. Disease, what causes the disease, what is the medicine, and what type of health can you reach. In the actual experience the Buddha had in his way in the night of his awakening was simply the experience of Nibbana itself. In the experience of Nibbana there are no concepts, there is no place for any kind of reflection. But in order to communicate to others what in a way is beyond language, he seems to have purposely chosen to rely on something from the realm of ancient Indian medicine, rather than any of the other philosophies that were around at his time. And I think that conveys really the pragmatic flavor of his teaching. And so the realization of Nibbana itself is in particular the third noble truth, the cessation of craving. But with that realization happening, taking place, also dukkha is fully understood. The full understanding of dukkha comes when one really steps out and knows what is apart from dukkha. And the aspect of causality again, the root cause of dukkha is understood to be craving, and the cause that leads to the realization of Nibbana, the Noble Eightfold Path. And so we find that even in this discourse, the description of the Buddha's realization in the third watch of the night is expressed in terms of the Four Noble Truths. And with awakening attained, the mind has become completely purified. And for a Buddha, an Arahant, and even a non-returner, there's no more any trace of anger, ill will, or sensual desire. For them, the Brahma Viharas is the natural way of relating to any situation, either with metta, loving kindness, or I prefer benevolence, compassion, karuna, sympathetic joy, mudita, or at times with equanimity. Equanimity not in the sense of carelessness, but equanimity as a superb culmination point of the three Brahma Viharas. An inner strength that is open, but allows things to unfold how they are unfolding. And so we come to the Buddha's decision to teach. And this is again something I wanted to read out to you. Being myself subject to death, having understood the danger in what is subject to death, seeking the deathless, supreme security from bondage, nibbana, I attained the deathless, supreme security from bondage, nibbana. I considered this Dhamma that I have attained is profound, hard to see and hard to understand, peaceful and sublime, unattainable by mere reasoning, subtle, to be experienced by the wise. But this generation delights in attachment, takes delight in attachment, rejoices in attachment. It is hard for such a generation to see this truth, namely specific conditionality, dependent arising. And it is hard to see this truth, namely the stilling of all formations, the relinquishing of all acquisitions, and the destruction of craving, dispassion, cessation, nibbana. If I were to teach the Dhamma, others would not understand me, and that would be worrying and troublesome for me. Considering thus, my mind inclined to inaction rather than to teaching the Dhamma. In the Pali version of the Arya Pariyesana Sutta, from which this passage stems, then Brahma, the god Brahma, comes, intervenes, and urges the Buddha to teach. This whole episode is not found at all in the Chinese parallel. And I have done my study of it. I personally, if I would have to decide between the two versions, I think there's slightly more probability that the Chinese is the original, that this whole idea that the Buddha hesitated to teach could be a later development, but I can't be sure. It's one of those things in comparative study where we just have to let these two stand side by side and we can't really decide. And as you may have felt, the passage is very powerful, very beautiful. And there are passages that recur in other parts of the suttas, particularly this stilling of all formation, relinquishing of all acquisition. It's a very powerful passage found elsewhere and also in the parallels. It's a description of the Nibbanic experience. Whether or not the Buddha hesitated, he did teach. Otherwise, we all wouldn't be here now. And so it is out of his Brahma Vihara, out of his Metta, Karuna, Mudita, Upekkha, that we are all now here together, that we have the chance for ourselves to find the path that I think all of you and me, on ourselves, we wouldn't be able to find. And so it's a way of sharing that beauty of the mind of awakened ones. I would like, as the last meditation practice to be done, that we do some metta meditation together, loving kindness meditation. And the way I teach that is quite different from the traditional way. There's this traditional way of using phrases and then directing them to a friend and a neutral person and an enemy. And this is a very, very good practice, but it's not found at all in the suttas. And in my own development as a meditator and eventually as a scholar, that was a key finding for me. As I said earlier, I was very much an anger person, and I was told to practice metta, and I tried with these phrases and it just didn't work. It had no effect on me. That anger was just all the time there. And then when I just flipped through the suttas and I saw that they don't describe this, and instead they just describe this boundless radiation, I thought I was desperate. Somehow I have to do something. I tried it out and it worked so well. And so this is now what I will teach. So, or share with you. Let's put it like that. So what this practice is, and it is very clear that this does not require absorption attainment, is simply arousing this condition of any of the Brahma Viharas. We'll just be doing metta, and then allowing it to radiate in all directions. And the simile we get to illustrate this radiation is a conch blower. Sometimes this is translated as a trumpeter, but that is a little misleading. I mean, at least when I hear trumpeter, I think of this military march and to-do kind of thing. It's, in ancient India they use these conches, and it's very, very beautiful sound. And you have to have a skill to blow it. You have to put the lips and let them very slightly vibrate, like pfft. And when you do that, it goes ooh. It goes very far, but very beautiful. And it's not something where you have to do a lot of force, but you have to have the right skill to do it. And so that beautifully illustrates this radiation practice, where what I will encourage us to do is to start first with whatever way you are accustomed to arouse the condition of metta. And then one important step is to shift from doing metta by any kind of reflection, image, whatever, to being metta. To just resting in that condition of metta and allow our whole body, mind, being to be suffused by that condition of metta. And then to open up this radiation practice, and I will use the image of a lamp that is surrounded by a curtain. And all we have to do is just softly, gently pull the curtain and allow the lamp to shine however far it wants to shine. There's nothing, we don't have to push and let me see if I can get beyond Spirit Rock and what is behind there. It's a non-force, non-strength, non-active kind of thing. It's just a resting and just allowing it naturally to be open. And the condition of boundlessness is also a condition of immeasurability. We don't need to measure this in any way. All we are required to do is not impose any limits. Not to say, okay, everybody here, but not the person over there. No, you're not going to get my metta. That's the only thing we don't want to do. Don't put any limits, any boundaries. And by not putting any limits, any boundaries, it becomes boundless. And being boundless, it is liberation of the mind. Ceto vimutti. Ceto vimutti is not final liberation, it is a temporary liberation, yet it is a liberation. And the state of metta itself, how do we arouse it? I think most of you probably already have experience, but there are different ways. For me, for all of these Brahma Viharas, what is really the most dominant flavor is the ethical perspective, the state that we are leaving behind. So with metta, it is the very opposite of anger, ill will and hatred. And when we dwell in this metta condition, it's just impossible for any trace of anger or hatred or ill will to manifest. So that is one way of looking at it. Another way could be some phrase. You might have one, may all beings be well and happy. Or you could do that in Pali. Or just the word metta. For those of us who are not so happy with reflection, an image could be used. It could be a puppy, a kitten. I myself use squirrels. They're so cute. I see them and go, Could be a flower. Anything that helps you to arouse this condition of metta. Metta comes etymologically from mitra, friend. It means meeting everyone as if they are our friends. It even has the underlying the idea of a somewhat like a contract. It sounds a little strange, but the idea is simply, I meet somebody else, he could hurt me, I could hurt him. We make this contract. Look, I'm not going to hurt you, and you're not going to hurt me. We will be friends. That is the very ancient, basic idea behind metta. This harmlessness, this assurance, I'm not going to hurt you, and you're not going to hurt me. Let's be friends. Yeah, I think I said what I wanted to say, and we are perfectly on time. So, Not sure how long it takes me to get us through the meditation, but after that again there will be a bell and again you can do some walking, and metta is not confined to the sitting meditation. We can carry it with us with anything we do. It's even said in the Metta Sutta, sitting, walking, standing, in every position. We could continue with that basic attitude of kindness, friendshipness if you like. We are aware of the body in the sitting posture, and we let the mind rest in the body, just as the body rests on the cushion. And without losing this embodied presence of the mind, we will now cultivate metta. But before doing so, we take a moment to check in on the condition of our mind, meeting the mind where it is. In particular, checking if any of these 5 hindrances is there. Chances are fairly high, with all the practice we have been doing today, all the Dhamma discussions, that the mind is in a fairly balanced condition. And we look particular at the second hindrance, ill will, hatred. Any hatred in the mind? Any ill will? And on finding that there is no ill will in the mind, no hatred, we rejoice. What a relief. Mind is not in the grip of hatred, not in the grip of ill will. And we allow joy to arise. Wholesome joy based on the temporary absence of this particular hindrance. And based on the absence of ill will and hatred and the presence of joy, we cultivate metta in whatever way we are accustomed, what works for us. Using a phrase, an image, a word. Cultivating metta, loving kindness, benevolence. And having aroused metta, we shift from doing metta to being metta. To allow our whole body and mind to be suffused by the sublime condition of the mind. Metta, loving kindness, benevolence. The very opposite of ill will, hatred, anger. They are so far away. Far, far away when we dwell in metta. And now whole body and mind suffused by metta, slowly start to open up in the different direction, as if there were a lamp surrounded by a curtain, and in the direction to our front, we softly, gently withdraw the curtain, allowing the light of metta to shine in the forward direction, however far it wishes to shine. Softly, gently withdrawing the curtain. And continuing to withdraw the curtain from the front to the right, withdrawing the curtain on our right side. As we keep on softly, gently withdrawing the curtain, we are reaching the back, opening up in the back direction. And to our left, opening up in all four directions. And now also above and below, opening up in all directions. Metta, boundless metta, appamana, limitless metta, no limits, no boundaries, immeasurable, no measuring. Metta Ceto Vimutti. And if we wish, in order to sustain this dwelling in the boundless condition of Metta Ceto Vimutti, we may employ the breath. Again, not focus, just as part of whole body awareness. With every inhalation, slightly more emphasis to that quality of metta, that beauty of the mind. And with every exhalation, slightly more emphasis to the boundless condition, the spaciousness of the mind, the absence of any barriers, limits. Inhalation, metta; exhalation, boundlessness. Just a matter of slight change of emphasis to help the mind to stay and not get distracted. And if the mind gets distracted, of course we have metta for that too. And then we decide if it was just a short distraction, we just come back to abiding in that boundless condition. If it was a longer distraction, perhaps good to start all over again, using whatever tool we are accustomed to arouse metta. Having aroused metta, shifting from doing to being metta, just dwelling in it, resting in it, allowing our whole being, body and mind, to be suffused by metta. And then again, slowly, softly opening up front direction, to the right, the back, the left, above and below. And again we are back in boundless metta. Upamana. Metta ceto vimutti. Liberation of the mind through loving kindness or benevolence. And at times we just like to abide in it. At other times we employ the support of the breath. That slight shift of attention, inhalation, a little bit more emphasis on that condition, metta, that very opposite of ill will and hatred. And exhalation, slightly more emphasis on the boundless condition of the mind, the spaciousness. And we take our time to really flavor the condition of our mind when it is in this metta ceto vimutti. Mind is so ennobled by this practice. Such a beautiful mind. So open, soft, gentle. And the more we flavor this condition of the mind, the more we want to dwell in it or come back to it, the more difficult it will be at some future time for anger and hatred to come back into the mind. We just remember how the mind was when it was in metta ceto vimutti. No comparison to that narrowness and constriction of ill will, that tenseness. Mind is so open, soft, gentle, relaxed, and so full of joy, wholesome type of joy. A joy that is thoroughly rooted in ethics, insofar it is the joy of the absence of ill will and hatred. Metta. And when I ring the bell in another minute, we decide again. There's a 30-minute period for those who wish to walk. Whether we want to walk right away or continue sitting a little bit or go to the bathroom, whatever we do, we continue with that softness and gentleness of the mind, with that attitude of metta. loving kindness, benevolence. Such an ennobling and superb attitude of the mind. Metta.